global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-Ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Rares Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
For decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation, think Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
Don't pray that way.
Two global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-Ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Reyes Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
For decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation, think Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
Don't pray that way.
Two global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-Ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Reyes Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
For decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation,
His opponent from Philippines, Ignacio. Referee for the semifinal will be Mallayan. Race to 11 racks. Referee players will be ready. You may begin your matches. Good luck and all the best.
Hello, pool fans. Welcome to the semi-finals of the Town Arena Open. A clash in store for you today. It's a clash of two powerhouse nations, Taiwan versus Philippines. This man on your screen is no stranger in facing Filipinos. He has gone through quite a few on his way to this semi-final. And his performance last night against James Aranas was a very exciting match. Not because of a close score, but because towards the end of the match, the power in the arena went out due to a thunderstorm. And Dodong Diamond, James Aranas, was on a comeback trail. And once the power got back on, he missed. So quite late night drama yesterday. But today is another day. And I think Ignacio is going to prove to be a tougher nut to crack. Behind the back safety. I think something else that's the Filipino players are very well known for. Playing shots behind their back. A few of them are really skillful in doing that. And that was a pretty good snooker there. What a shot. It was a good snooker, but it wasn't good enough. Liu Tang with a highlight reel kick shot. A little bit unfortunate, however, to leave himself a jump. Now let's have a look whether he goes for this shot, or whether he tries to do a split safety, maybe cutting it on the left hand side, sending the cue ball back down table. Either way, it's a very tricky situation. Yeah, he's hit it a couple times, but unfortunately he's left Ignacio with a makeable pot, bottom right corner. needs to watch out here. This combo looks very simple, but if you cut the 8 ball a little bit thinner, you might end up losing the 4 ball. And as you can see, he cut it on the other side with a bit of draw, knowing that chances are this ball is gonna follow in. And even if it didn't, it probably would have stayed right over the pocket. Great stunt shot there by Ignacio. That looked easy, but he sure put a lot of power into that shot. I'm curious to know whether he goes inside spin or whether he goes between the gap. I think... Ooh, wow, he chose to hold the cue ball. Almost missed the shot. Hear some comments on the screen about my voice being a bit soft. I'm gonna try to see whether we can fix that. I am actually sitting on an adjacent table, so my commentary table is a pool table. The microphone is maybe not in the best spot. Get on top of that. Okay, hopefully that's better. All right. Our sound technician says it's good, so I think this will have to do. Okay, first blood for Ignacio. And that is a scorching break. Look at that. Fortunate to have the 2 stay down table. Quite a tricky shot though. There's a chance he might have to play this rail first to get the angle out, to stun the cue ball with a lot of side spin, tracking along the left side of the table. If he has some angle, he could also do a power draw, but this is risky. Power draw it is, and unfortunately, he caught the 7. Let's see if Ignacio chooses to hide, and he sure does. I can't call it a great save, but it's certainly not easy, just given where the 4 ball has fallen. The 6 is obstructing a clear path to the 4 ball. So even making this shot, no guarantee of position. So I expect a safety here. Maybe banking the 3 up table. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. It's not good enough, however. This looks makeable. It's tricky, but he can make this shot. although taking it on might present its own challenge getting on the 4. He could play a safety here and don't take it on, cut it half ball and run the cue ball behind the cluster. He tried to do that. His cue ball control was pretty wild though. I see we have quite the commentators there on the chat screen with interesting comments. I'll tell you what, Liu Tang does look like he's some sort of kung fu master. Very stoic. Very, very stoic character. And I'll tell you what, he is definitely deadly at the table. I've seen a couple of his matches and he just didn't let his opponents have any momentum. He's a very solid player, doesn't play flashy, has very good fundamentals, steady. And his touch, as you can see, is certainly up there with the best. Yeah, Ignacio is looking whether he can sneak the cue ball far enough for a 1-rail kick. Maybe even 2 rails. 2 rails would be optimal. That's what he's trying. Unfortunately, he's missed it. And this could open a opportunity for Liu Tang to get on the scoreboard. Needs to watch out here. It looks good, but the 9's in the way. Can he? Yeah, he's still okay. I think he just about can make a normal bridge there and cue this ball. If that cue ball tracked a little bit more, he would be in trouble. Yeah, keeping it simple. He could have played under the 6, pulled the cue ball a little closer, but given that he was stretching, he decided to take the long shot. And that's the kind of play that keeps him out of trouble most of the time. Oh. And that was maybe a sign of early nerves. He wasn't anywhere near making that shot. He got away with it though. But Ignacio jumped out of his chair. Yeah, he's playing a very smart shot here. Can he get him on the 8? He's got him on the 9 though. Someone's asking whether that's a Zen cue that Liu Tang is using. I believe it is. I believe it is. Oh, very close call there. And still got away with a safety. He almost made that jump. A classic hit and hope there. Nothing much he could have done. He didn't have an angle for a counter, so he took a flyer. And I'll tell you what, he kind of landed funny. He can make this shot. If he plays a little follow shot, he could hit the point. I think that's the shot. You gotta try to hit the point. That should bring the cue ball back out a little bit. He might be trying to follow this beyond the point. I'm not sure if he can. This is tricky. Oh, he could pull it back a bit. Yeah, that's not bad. I'll tell you what, guys, people are saying he was lucky to beat AJ Manas and Dodong Diamond. I beg to differ. They had no chance against him in those sets. He played really well. With pretty big scorelines too. Ooh, but today he's definitely feeling the heat. And at the same time, he seems to be getting the rolls too. Look at that. He's safe again. Pool is such a funny game, isn't it? Yeah, good shot by Ignacio. Good pace, very good pace control on that kick. A very nervy start to the semifinals. He tried to play a bank shot. And I think this time luck's gonna run out. Or is it? Oh boy. Look at that 7 ball. It's safe. Unbelievable. I gotta say, that's 3 good rolls for Luri Tang. Can Ignacio... He's playing safe. Behind the 9. What a shot. Well, I'll tell you what. If he used up all his luck, he's gonna need some on this shot. Because this is not an easy hit. This is not an easy hit. Not at all. A nervy start by the Taiwanese. He missed a couple balls. Didn't sell out. Missed a few more. And finally, a great safety. Concludes this rack, I think. And just like that, 2-0 for Ignacio. For those of you who are joining us, this is semifinals time for the Taum Arena Open happening here at Arena Billiards Club in Kuala Lumpur. My name is Timofey, and that magic rack just stopped the cue ball. That could have been a totally different outcome. That template rack just froze the cue ball. It was going to be right behind the 9 or on top of the 9. As it stands, Ignacio has a shot. Nailed it. We've had 170 players in this tournament. Some of the biggest contingent were from Philippines, Malaysia obviously, Indonesia, Taiwanese were here, quite a few of them. We are down to 4 players. We have 2 Filipinos still left standing, 1 Indonesian and 1 Taiwanese. So all the top countries in the region are well represented in this top 4. Nice shot there by Ignacio. Just needs to watch out for the 7. It's good. Yeah, he's got a nice easy layout here to close out this rack. This could be 3-0. He just has this sense of focus, Ignacio. Since he played the last 16 match, he just had this very, very calm, relaxed focus about him. And I was talking to a few fellow players. They really think he's the favorite here in this tournament now. The way he's been playing, it's just been very measured. Even when he was not having things his way, you didn't see any negativity. Another good break. I had a chat with Ignacio about the break after his quarterfinal match. And he has an interesting approach. He doesn't change the cut angle on the shot. He just changes the cue ball position ever so slightly, depending on the results of the break, to find that one ball. The matchroom cut break is such a interesting one because there's so many ways to do it. You could cut it thinner, you could cut it thicker, you can draw more, you can stun more. There are just so many approaches to that break. But Ignacio keeps it simple. He hits it with a stun draw. Okay, what's going on here? He's put up a towel. Wow, well that's a very interesting thing he did there. I mean, he made a great shot, but I like what he's done there. He's put up a towel just to make the cueing smoother out of the pocket. That's very interesting. I've never seen that happen before. I'll tell you what, it's ingenious though. It's a really smart move. The thing about these Rasson tables, if you guys look closely, the pocket has a slight indent upwards to prevent the ball from going out. Ooh, missed it. So that point, that little tip of the pocket above, is not very comfortable to put your cue over. But if you put something over it, like a cloth, I guess, a fiber cloth, I suppose it makes it easier. A very interesting move by Ignacio. I might have to carry a microfiber cloth in my pocket next time I play on this table. Ooh. Yeah, simple safety there, but he could have done better. He wanted to wedge him on the 9. Did he hit that ball? Was there contact with the rail? I think not. Actually, I would love to see a replay on that contact. The referee called a foul. Yeah, Luri Tang just looks a little bit out of sorts. Even on that positional play, he's a little short. He can still kill the cue ball, so he should be okay. But he just looks a little bit edgy at the moment. Played a nice kill shot there with a lot of right spin. Yeah, Luri Tang is playing with a Zen cue. You can see it clearly here, a distinct look, very similar to the cue of Ko Pin Yi, I think, in terms of the colors. I'm not sure if it's the same model. I doubt it, because I don't think no two Zen cues are the same, at least the fancier models. He desperately needs this rack, because falling behind 4-0 with Ignacio is not where you want to be. But I still sense a little bit of nervousness in his game. Just a little bit of hesitation. Whoa, that was close. For a second I thought he might scratch there. Well, he didn't hesitate on that shot, so that's gonna make him feel a little bit better. Safety here, I think. Play that left-handed. Very nice jump there. He didn't go for the pot. And he's landed with a snooker. Good contact, but unfortunately for Liu, he's left an easy shot here, or at least a relatively easy shot, and good position for the 4. Nicely done. Yeah, great shot. He was kind of playing it into the 6. If he bumped it, I think he would have left himself an easy one. And if he misses it, he's still got a nice shot. Nice clutch run out from Ignacio. He stamped his authority on this match now. And a golden break moves him up another rack. Wow. Just like that. The cleanest one he's hit yet. Yeah, this is one-way traffic here so far. We might take a short break, guys. Timeout called by Liu Tang, and I think it's a good idea. Alrighty, pool fans, welcome back. We are in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for the Taum Arena Open, a WNT ranking event, a first of its kind in Malaysia. Hopefully more to come in the near future. My name is Timofey, and we are looking at the final four, semi-finals time. It's been an interesting start to this match. I could only characterize it as mistakes from Luri Tang so far, allowing Jeffrey Ignacio to win 5 pretty easy racks on the spin, including a golden break in the last one. However, a dry break has led Luri Tang back at the table, and this looks pretty good. The layout's not too tough, as long as he can get a good position on the 4-ball. I think he's got the angle. He could even play this for the side pocket. He could play this smoothly and just soft drift for the corner. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he's going for the side pocket. I think that was the right play. He's a little bit off angle here. He might have to bump the 9-ball to hold the cue ball. And you need to be a little bit careful with this shot, because if you don't hit it at the right pace, the 9 could drift towards the 6, creating a problem. So he needs to control it. Oh, he needs to make the shot first. He's missed it terribly. Oh boy. He's really not having a good day so far here. He's gonna have to switch on soon, because with Jeffrey Ignacio, as soon as you blink, he's got a golden break and a run out on you. Oh, and he's got a nasty safety too. Look at that. I think the cue ball is frozen to the 5. Wow. Very fortunate. But I think when you start making mistakes, you get punished. Can he make this shot? I'm not so sure. There might still be an alley here. It looks deceiving from our screen. Ooh. He snatched at it. He didn't give it a good, smooth cue action. I think he was a little fast on his transition. And the wheels are kind of coming off a little bit for Luri Tang. Uh-oh, where's that cue ball going? Uh-oh. Wow. He's overcooked it by quite a large margin. Yeah, Jeffrey Ignacio can sometimes maybe get a little complacent. I think he's feeling that his opponent is struggling, but what he has to realize is he cannot take his foot off the gas, because things can turn real quick. That was a very lax shot there. We might see a safety behind the 9, or we might just see a great shot. The Russ on table. Yeah, I agree with you. If you have a nice stun shot that hits the back of the pocket, it makes a really nice sound to it. A nice little buzzing, ringing sound to it. A very fun table to play on. Jeff plays behind his back without any problems. He's done a couple of shots behind his back already in this match. He's gonna have to play a nice smooth draw shot here. The angle is not too bad, but he still needs to hit this clean and smooth. A little bit of low left. Ooh, he used all of the pocket there. For a second, I thought he could have missed that. Another clearance by Jeffrey. Another very good break. Not the best position on the 2. The 3 is also a little tricky, with the bottom right corner being blocked by the 5. We might see a safety play here. Good play by Ignacio. Kept it simple. There is an easy escape. I expect him to hit this ball, but he needs to be careful not to go under it, because surely that would result in a scratch. Well, the result is a scratch indeed. Not the way I predicted. Very unlucky. I think Ignacio asked the ref to clean the cue ball. And for a second there, the referee didn't want to do it. I'm not sure why. But in the end, the cue ball has been cleaned. Yeah, I really like Ignacio's demeanor at the table. Just relaxed, quiet confidence. Calm, quiet confidence. He is a little bit OCD, I think, with the cleaning. He likes everything clean, that's for sure. He wipes his cue a lot, and not the shaft, but rather the back part of the cue. Maybe he has sweaty palms, I don't know. But he'll do that quite often. He's got a couple of cleaning towels ready in case the ball lands over the pocket, as we saw earlier. Whatever he's doing, it's working. I'll be curious to see how he plays this shot. He's a little bit awkward with his angle. He's got options. He could play this with a stun inside spin, 3 rails, or he could draw across the 9. Ooh, he went across the 9 and almost missed. Another run up. It's quickly becoming a rout here. 7-1. I see a lot of people commenting on the table tightness. This is a pretty tight table here. It's the Rasson Victory with 4-inch pockets. The side pockets are quite narrow, I have to say, quite brutal on this table. But it is a fresh table, resurfaced just in time for this tournament, so it does slide quite a bit still. It helps if you play the right speed. You can still make balls even if you hit the points of the pocket. Certainly not like a Chinese pool table. But the side pocket is a lot tougher than the Chinese table. So there's some trade-offs when you compare the two. Yeah, he tried to move the cue ball a little bit more, I think, Luri Tang, but I just have this feeling he's a little bit tight, like he didn't deliver the cue smoothly enough. He's got some tightness in his swing today. You could see the reaction of the cue ball. He's playing safe, and I think this will be a good one too. Nicely done. Very knowledgeable shot. Needs to hit a rail, and he does. The pockets on this table are definitely 4 inches because we had other tables in the tournament that were being used, the side tables. Some of them were 4.2 inches, so the easiest tables were 4.2, and I think this one is probably the toughest table, apart from maybe one other table that's at the back of the arena, which was also very tight, a 4-inch wolf table, which is another model for Rasson, and the wolf table plays tighter than the other models, so it's a bit of an outlier. The conditions are very new, so the pockets, although tight, they do accept the balls as long as you strike them with the right speed. I think 4-inch pocket is a very good size for pro pool, if you ask me, because if you play on new equipment, it's a difficult game, but it's not frustratingly difficult. You could still cheat the pocket. But as soon as this table wears in, like let's say 1 to 2 weeks of play, you will certainly feel the pain of those 4-inch pockets. Hold on a second. Where's the cue ball? Wow. He's overcut that 8 ball. He almost lost the cue ball. Well, a desperately needed rack for Luri Tang. Keeps him in the match. Yeah, for those still discussing table difficulty and pocket size, I honestly think there's a lot more factors involved than just the pocket size. For example, the way the jaws are shaped in the pocket, the way the rails are shaped, some are not favorable, not favoring the ball going in. They spit the ball out. This table, I think, has the jaws curved a little bit. If you see it closely, you will be able to understand what I'm talking about. So when the ball hits that point, it will drop, even though the opening is 4 inches. If you look at other tables, other models, for example, Rasson Wolf has a higher rail profile and a slightly different cut of the jaw of the pocket. And even being same size, it will play a lot tougher. So, yeah, table difficulty is not just a simple measurement. There are a lot more factors involved there. The depth of the shelf of the pocket as well makes a big difference. So if you look at, for example, a diamond table, it has a very deep shelf, while this table, if you look at the top of your screen, you can see the shelf, the drop of the pocket. It's not that deep, so the ball will have a higher chance of slopping in, as they say, but you still have to hit it pretty good. Might get away with it here behind the 8. He played a really nice kick, good control. I do believe Jeffrey has an edge on the one. He's gonna have to thin out of the corner. Yeah, he didn't expect the 1 ball to cannon the 8. This is still very difficult. He might choose to play safe here as well. Couple of options. He could play a two-way shot, maybe a cross side bank, safety at the same time. Yeah, he's gone for just straight safety, and I don't blame him. He's down 2-7. He cannot afford any more silly mistakes, and this is not an easy hit. Does he have a lane between the 8 and 9 for a 3-rail kick? No, he's going for... Ooh, what a shot that was. Wow, unlucky. He's played quite a nice kick there with reverse side. Very unlucky to scratch. Well, this is everything that Liu Tang needed to try and get back in this match. He has to convert. I've noticed a couple of positional plays. He's always underhit the cue ball just a little bit. And I don't think it's the speed of the stroke. I think his tip position is maybe a little bit too flat, maybe. More often than not, if you're feeling a little bit nervous, you tend to go a little bit more middle of the cue ball, let's just say, when you're trying to play a spin shot. So you end up hitting it a little bit more plain and you get less action, especially if your grip hand tightens up. I see a lot of Filipino fans expecting a Filipino final. Well, a sound advice would be hold your horses for now. Don't count your chickens just yet. There's a lot of pool to be played in this match. Oh my goodness. Wow. How on earth did that go in? Wow, I thought he missed that pretty badly. Well, there you go. You could see the slide on the table. Someone's asking me where I'm from. Well, I'm originally from the Ukraine, but I'm living in Asia for the last 27 odd years. Yeah, interesting situation here. The proximity of the 5-ball near the side pocket does tell me if you can land on the 2 from the bottom rail, you could probably make that 3-ball. So he's chosen to play a push out. I don't believe the bank is on. Cross corner. It's kind of tricky. I think he'll pass it back. I'd pass this back. Only because the cue ball is so near the rail, you just can't get enough action into it. He might try to cross side this bank though. Yeah, I don't like that. Ooh, he's pretty lucky not to sell out there. He kind of played a very simple safety. He got away with it a little bit. Two rail kick, kick and stick. Yeah, it's not great, let's put it that way. At this level, against players like Ignacio, if you're playing safe, you want to have them snookered. And even then, you feel like, unless it's a tight snooker, they'll find a way to escape and counter. But if you leave them the whole ball, you can be prepared for a jump shot. The other semi-final will happen at 3:30. We have Israel Nasturian from Indonesia playing Sean Mark Mallayan, another very prominent Filipino who has established himself. Sean Mark is a very strong player. I believe he resides in Indonesia, so perhaps he'll have a bit of an edge there. Only because he's regarded as the top money player in Indonesia these days. What a shot. What a scratch. Unbelievable. Yeah, things are starting to get funny for Ignacio. What does Lou do here? This is not easy. I think cross-side bank is the easiest shot, really. Yes, the position will be difficult because the 4-ball is across the other side of the table and you are gonna hit the 6. Can he thin this out of the pocket? Put the cue ball almost inside the pocket? Yeah, that's the shot. All he has to do is just fan this ball. And he's gonna have a nice safety here. That's it. This is gonna be a tough escape. Ignacio has a couple of options. I kinda actually like, if he can't make the hit, play an intentional foul. Well, yeah. I was thinking a little bit different. I thought maybe he could push the 8-ball to the 4-ball down and tie those up on the rail, but he thought that maybe I'll make the 5, so yeah, it's... I suppose he wanted to remove that 5-ball, blocking his escape path on the next shot, so that's pretty smart. I do think he's on 2 fouls already, so yeah, this is a cat and mouse game. And at the moment, Ignacio is the mouse, and that shot, yeah, he's gonna have to make a good contact here. Watch out for the point of the side pocket. At that angle, the cue ball is going to be tracking. That point is very big. A very difficult escape here. He's looking to do 2 rails with the sliding cue ball. Let's have a look. He's hit it clean right into the 3. Good shot. Very good shot. He did it very casually too. The way he 2-stroked that. But that's just how he plays. It just looks so casual. When he's under the most pressure, he just goes down and 2-strokes it really. Can he make the 9? Do? I think it's possible, but it's a tough hit. Yeah, he's playing safe. He's done okay. He could have been behind the 6. I do believe there is no easy shot, but he can see this ball. Yeah, that was a very, very delicate attempt by Ignacio to hide the cue ball behind the 7. Always gonna be very tricky. And it looks like Liu Ritang has bought himself another chance. Needs to watch out for the 9 here. Nicely done. Very good line. Beautiful shot. Don't snook yourself on the jaw. Ooh. This looks tight. Does he have an alley? Yeah, I think he's fine. Nice angle from the 7 to the 8. 1 o'clock cue ball. Touch of high right, I think. He might even stun it to rails. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he's played the stun. Stay down here, don't move your head. Deliver the cue. And he's done just that. He has a very compact cue action. Liu, he's definitely not a flashy player. He has a very minimalistic approach to his swing, which I think gives him a little bit more margin, but it also can make you a little bit tighter in your cueing. I see a lot of funny comments. Someone's talking about bringing his grandmother to play against Chua. Well, oh man, you guys crack me up, I tell you. Definitely not gonna help you much, unless your grandmother knows how to play pool. Oh, speaking of knowing how to play pool, that was a smashing break. Best break of the match so far. Look at this. Yeah, Johan Chua didn't have a good tournament this time around. He lost to Han from Singapore. It was a very tense thriller of a match. It went down to the wire. But what I noticed about Johan Chua is he was very gracious in defeat. He took an interview after the match, even though, you know, inside he must have been pretty frustrated. Ooh, he's a bit too straight here. This could be a problem. He's got a shot here. It looks pretty straight, but if he has a pinch of an angle, if you hit a nice stun draw, you can use the slickness of the table to delay the backspin a little bit, and the cue ball will react nicely, sending it off the rail before the draw picks up, like that. And as you can see, he managed to avoid the scratch. Something you should know about playing on a slick table. Certain draw angles, because the spin reaction is slightly delayed, you can cheat the angle a little bit more. I'll tell you what, Liu started very shaky in this match. His stroke looked tense. He missed a couple of easy shots. He really wasn't feeling it. But after that one key run out, it seems that his game is starting to come together. And he's only 2 racks adrift right now if he makes this 9 ball. We got a match on our hands, folks. Don't go anywhere. A quick break, and we'll be right back. Very nice layout here for Luri Tang. I don't see him missing this one. Nice angle to go above the 8-ball. Needs to finesse this. Looks like an easy shot, but on this table the rails are springy. And as you can see, he's left himself a much longer pot than he expected. The good news is, all he needed was a stop shot. Well, I said before the break, we've got a match in our hands. I think it's clear now. We certainly do. A dry break, however, ends the run from Liu. A tricky layout. 2 clusters on the table. We probably will see a safety on the 2. The 1 ball is fairly elementary, however he's gonna have to pace his cue ball here. It's a lot easier to make this ball with a high inside spin, but the problem with that is it will track the cue ball down to the left side of the table, making position on the 2 difficult. So he might decide to play it with outside spin. There you go. And now he's made another cluster on the table. This is going to be a very interesting rack. A tactical battle coming up. Nice shot by Jeffrey. And this is a very interesting position. Kicking this 2 could open up the whole rack. So what you want to do is kick it in such a way without disturbing the cluster, because if you end up opening it up and selling out, it could be game over. Yeah, he's opened 1 cluster and he's left an angle, and that's exactly what I said he didn't want to do. I do believe the 3-ball passes into the bottom right corner. He could even play across the face of the 4 and play the 3 in the same pocket. He's looking at it now. He's got to thread the needle. And he's done just right. Very nice. So a very smart safety from Ignacio has bought him an opening, even though it looked like that rack was not very runnable. It is now. A little touch of inside on this. One rail. He's done very well. You can see him wiping his cue every other shot. He knows the gravity of this rack, because from a 7-1 lead, all of a sudden it's 7-6. So Jeffrey knows he has to deliver. I must say, it's not easy to get under Jeffrey Ignacio's skin. He's not flustered, even though his big lead was erased. His body language says that he's still focused. He's asking the referee to clean the cue ball again. Yeah, I'll tell you what. In recent years, technology in pool has advanced quite a lot. New chalks on the market. A lot of interesting products. Obviously Taum, the big innovator. Oh, and a scratch there by Ignacio. That's just a poor strike. We are at a point in the game where new chalk has become very effective. Products like Tau, very clean, doesn't leave much marks on the cue ball. But some players are still using older chalk that does leave a lot of dirty spots on the cue ball. And it can be frustrating for a player if your opponent leaves a messy chalk. When you come to the table, you've got a messy cue ball. I've had that happen to me a couple times. I played a money game against one of the top Filipinos, and he was using the most nastiest chalk I've ever seen in my life. And every time you had a shot, the cue ball was full of spots. I don't know if some players use that to their advantage. There is a big debate about it now in snooker as well, with the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan still using the old triangle chalk, which is super messy. So if you want my advice, switch to a better chalk, especially if you have a table at home. Saves you a lot of hours of cleaning. Yeah, nice little layout here for Liu. Stun here. One rail. And then he has a choice of pocket for the 9. The side pocket might look easy from here, but I think one of the corners would be the way to go. Well, he might still play it in the side. Yeah, it's fine. For those of you who are joining us, this is the Taum Arena Open happening now in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We've had a grueling last 4 days here in this tournament. 170 players started off, and we are down to just the last 4. Great break by Liu. He's got a chance here. He has to go for this, I think. It's a little bit awkward, but I do believe he will take this shot on. I kind of like playing this with low left, pulling the cue ball 3 rails around the back of the 5-9-7, only because I think it offers better potting. He could also play this with a high ball, high inside. Let's see what he decides to do. Looks like he's playing it with the high inside. And he's missed it. He's missed it. He's left Jeffrey a very difficult cut. Now this is gonna be a test, especially at this stage of the match. This one shot could be a turning point. I have a feeling if he makes it, he keeps his advantage. If he misses, it's level. Big shot coming up. What a strike that was. What a shot. Never a doubt. Let's see whether he plays this dead weight, which I think he will. He has an option to run the cue ball through the gap, but I don't think it's necessary. I do believe the 5 goes into the bottom left as we see it on our screens. Perhaps just half a pocket available. He is a little flat on this 4 ball, but I think if he plays this 1 o'clock cue ball, well, he played a stun shot. Okay, yeah, it's pretty good. I guess he had a lot more angle. Yeah, Jeffrey's holding himself very well together. He hasn't made many mistakes in this match. He's played pretty much perfect so far, to be fair with you. He's had maybe a couple of safety errors, but in terms of his runouts, he's been spot on. And once again, he's wiping his cue. I think Jeffrey maybe needs to get a cue with an elephant ear wrap or something dry. Something that keeps the sweat away. Jeffrey Ignacio just needs 2 more racks to advance to the finals. He's been breaking well. He did have a scratch in one of the breaks, which has allowed Liu to mount a comeback. So he has been cutting the one a little bit thinner than he wants. I've noticed a pattern. A couple of racks, the cue ball found his way down table, close to the corner pocket, and it happened again on this break too. Thankfully he didn't scratch, but as you can see, his position is very tricky. Now, does he play a kick trying to hold the cue ball, or does he lay it behind the 7? Well, there's your answer. This is an interesting kick. You've got to play the right pace on this kick. Every chance to get safe if you hit it right. And he's not hit it right. He's hit it too flat. And he's hit it way too soft. Big mistake. Yeah, someone saying that Ignacio wiping his cue is not so much dealing with the sweat, but rather a means of settling his nerves. I suppose I agree with you. He's gonna do it again, because he kind of played a slightly loose shot there. He was worried about hooking himself on the 9. He does tend to wipe his cue a lot more when he's nervous a little bit. No doubt about it. He's gonna wipe it again. I think he's just got sweaty palms. He's wiping his palm on his pants too. So, he also stares at his tip when he jogs. He's got a couple of little ticks that he does, definitely. We've seen that over the years from some very big players, top players. I believe famous player Johnny Archer was one of the biggest offenders back in the day. He'd clean every little lint from the table when he was nervous. I've seen players put their chalk exactly on the diamond, like Moritz Neuhausen is another one. It's certainly a technique to distract your mind a little bit, distract yourself, so that you can just let your subconscious do the job. Don't overthink it. An easy pattern here to get on the hill. Played well. Yeah, I saw the backroom lights were switched on just as he was playing that 9 ball. judging by the glare from the table. And Jeffrey Ignacio, after making that 9-ball, had a little look there. So whoever is playing around with the lights needs to be careful not to distract the players. Thankfully he didn't miss the shot. One more break for a spot in the final. A very good break. No shot on the 2, however. He might have to play safe. I do like swinging the cue ball around behind the 8-ball, playing into the 6. That should break the 2-ball. He might decide to play another save. He could bank the 2 towards where he's standing now, through the gap, and then lay the cue ball at the bottom rail. Also pretty good option. The problem with the first option is if he lays a good snooker but accidentally pots the 6, that could be a problem. So he might choose option number 2. He's banked the 2, but he's not done good enough. He's left a window. Delicate safety coming up behind the 4. Nicely done. Yeah, Ignacio is looking at a jump here. It is jumpable. It's close, but it's on. He might have no other easy option. He could play 2 rails at the bottom of the table, but that's a very tough hit. Yeah, he's looking at the 2-railer. He's looking at possibly 3 rails, getting under the 2. Even tougher. This could go wrong. Great hit, but it's still a sellout. Unfortunately, he was playing to stick the cue ball behind the 8. Okay. He can make the 2. But he's not even trying, I think. What's he doing here? He's playing it now. Now he's playing safe. Okay. Yeah, not a bad idea. I'll tell you what, Jeffrey is looking at a jump shot here. A 2-9 combo. Is he going for this? This could be a very highlight reel finish if he makes this shot. Yeah, he's probably thinking it's a bit too risky. Yeah, Jeffrey Ignacio's kicking ability is very impressive. Almost every top player would have probably tried to jump and go for the combination there. The likes of Fedor Gorst would have certainly gone for the jump, I think. And a couple of shots, Jeffrey's chosen 2 to 3 rail escapes as opposed to taking the jump. And each time he has delivered. He definitely is one of the best kickers of the ball. Ooh, what do we have here? A good pot, but this is still tricky. The 4-ball now is in a very difficult position. A combination is no longer available. Yeah. I'm not so sure what he does here. Very tough layout. He's gonna have to cross the 4 and run the cue ball back behind the 6-9. The issue here is that he's elevated. He's gonna have to really find a line here. He's crossed the 4. He's made it. Does he have a shot? Ooh. It's not bad considering where he was, but he still can't make the 5. Do you draw into the 9 here and maybe use the 8 to break the 5? It would probably lay somewhere on the rail given the angle, but it's such a risky shot. He might have to try. What's he doing here? He's going for it. Yeah, it's not a bad result. Good shot. Good shot. The 5 did end up awkward, as expected. He almost made the 9. And Jeffrey's looking at like, this is a tricky shot. But you know what? He's making it. He might bank this too. He might play safe behind the 9. Yeah, I think safety behind the 9 is the way to go here. Needs to be careful. This could double kiss. Yeah, I think he's alright though. Simple little safety here. Nicely done. And Liu is now with his back against the wall. He needs to produce a miracle escape and get safe for him to have any chance in this match. This looks really difficult. A 1 rail escape here. This could be his last shot. This could be his last shot. Yeah. And just like that, a great safety exchange. Very smart play from Jeffrey. Has bought him a chance to advance to the final. The end is near indeed. A lot of commotion in the arena. I think a lot of the spectators think it's over, but I'd urge them to stay a little quieter. It's never over until the last ball goes in the pocket. And you can see here, the stun shot didn't really pan out exactly how he wanted. It's still okay though. Yep. Nice and easy. Jeffrey Ignacio advances to the final. What a performance from him. He took an early big lead. Liu Riteng fired back, brought it to within one, but Ignacio held his nerve, kept steady, didn't risk it, played great safeties, and in the end, he emerged victorious. We're gonna see him in the final. We have another semifinal coming up to you shortly in about 20 minutes, so don't go too far. We will be back with Sean Mark Mallayan taking on Israel Nasturian from Indonesia. See you then.
Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
Don't play that way.
Two global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Rares Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation, think Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
pray that way.
Back to when you back to pardon me, pardon me. Back to when you back to pardon me, pardon me.
Two global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Reyes Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
For decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation, think Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
Don't pray that way.
Back to when you back to pardon me, pardon me. Back to
global forces. In a landmark multi-year partnership, a new chapter begins for professional 9-ball. The CPBA Royal Apex Series cloth becomes the official cloth of the World 9-ball Tour. From the US Open to the World Pool Championship to the Mosconi Cup to the Reyes Cup, the world's finest now compete on one surface. The stage is set. The future is here.
For decades, Universal Cues has been at the forefront of the billiards world, driven by a commitment to excellence and innovation. From partnering with world-class players to pushing the boundaries of cue design, we are dedicated to supporting every level of the game. Universal Cues is more than a brand. It's a community built on a passion for pool and a dedication to empowering players worldwide. When you think of quality, trust, and innovation, think Universal Cues. Your success is our mission. From concept to design, from launch to achieving legend, Universal Cues leading the way.
Don't pray that way.
Love to, love to, when you try, love to, pardon me, love to, when you try, love to, pardon me, pardon me.
Two global forces in a landmark.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Philippines.
Alrighty, pool fans, we are back for the second semi-final. This is the Taum Arena Open. We are in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Timothy, and I'm pretty excited about this match. We've got another top Filipino player, Sean Mark Mallayan, a feared money game player who resides in Indonesia, incidentally, and he's facing one of the most prolific Indonesian players, Irsal. He's been around for many, many years. I think I've known him since mid-2000s when he came down for tournaments here in Malaysia. A very solid player. But I'm curious to see whether the intimidation factor of facing the best money player in your country will affect his performance. I have a suspicion he knows what he's doing.
Semifinal match, Philippines, Sean Mark Mallayan versus Indonesia, Irsal Nasution. Race to 11 racks. Good luck and all the best.
I think Israel went to the finals of the recent WNT event. I do believe he beat a couple of big names, including Aloysius Yap, in that tournament. So he's definitely not a slouch. And he has earned his right to be here in this semi-final. A decent break from Sean Mark. He kind of lost the cue ball a little bit. He does have a shot on the 2, a very difficult opening shot, but every chance to run out if he makes it. Sean Mark is also a very disciplined player from what I could see, the way he approaches the ball. Tough shot to start here. Ooh, he's missed it. He didn't sell out too much though. It was always going to be a difficult shot. I do believe he played it with a touch of inside spin to try and hold the cue ball. What do you do here? Do you kick it softly and lag it, leaving him no shot? Or do you just play it firm, which is what he did? There might be a window though.
Second. Extension call.
Good shot. He's gonna be on the rail, however. I noticed a complete contrast in styles between someone like Ignacio versus Sean Mark. Sean Mark plays very simple lines, He doesn't try to be too flashy with the cue ball. More often than not, he leaves himself long shots. I think not just because of the style of play that he employs, but also because he's not a very tall chap, and believe it or not, when you're not that tall, you end up playing different lines. You want to leave yourself a little closer to the table. Nicely done here. A tricky little shot here. I think he's dead straight. If that's the case, he's gonna have to draw this cue ball, and that side pocket can play very tricky. Yeah, he's just about done it. Backed off a little bit on his cue action. I could sense a little bit of tightness in his delivery. So still getting the feels for the table.
10 seconds.
Interesting choice. He's chosen to go around. I would have certainly played it soft. But no cause for concern. Sean Mark takes the first rack.
Rack 1, Philippines.
The arena is filling up. We have a lot of Filipino fans here in KL. It's quite a big community of Filipino players. So shout out to them. They're here supporting their heroes. And they have been in for a treat this tournament. A lot of big name Filipinos here. And it's been quite a festival. Yeah, I don't like that style of rolling balls into the rack. I think that causes trouble if you roll them into the rack like that, like the referee is doing. You could fold the magic rack a little bit, causing it to pull balls apart or create small gaps. I prefer slotting balls from above into the magic rack.
Philippines to break.
Let's see if that has any bearing on this break. Let's watch the 9 for any movement. Yeah, the 9's moving. And as you can see, we might be in for a tricky match here if the referee keeps doing what he's doing.
Push out.
I'm curious to see where he pushes. Is he gonna push into a jump? I think it's not a bad idea. He's a little bit taller than Sean Mark. You could push into a jump that you know he can't reach. Although this one is not gonna be one of those. Difficult jump shot here. A very high chance of a sellout should he miss. So he decided to give it back. He could also play a one-rail kick and try to move the cue ball somewhere towards the 2 and 3 if he hits it
Extension go.
on top, but I do think he's going for the jump. It's early days, he's gonna try his luck a little bit, but I just don't like his odds. Yeah, I don't like his odds. It's a sellout. We are playing on CPBA cloth. Recently, Matchroom has announced CPBA is one of the cloth partners. I must say, it's very nice cloth. It's kind of in between Simonis and ND Premier, with ND Premier being very fine and very smooth, while Simonis a little bit more fuzzy, if that's the right word to describe it. And this one falls right in the middle. It's a little thicker than Andy, so highly recommend this cloth actually. I like the way it plays, and I think it will last longer than an Andy. If you are thinking to recloth your table, you can check it out. Yeah, that was a really good positional effort from Mallayan. That looked easy, but he got the cue ball perfect. All he needs is a stop shot, really. And he's got a roadmap. He's gonna have to play 3 or 4 stop shots here. That was a very long bridge. Literally, his bridge hand was at the joint. A good start from Sean Mark. Yeah, the Filipino fans are hoping for an all-Filipino final. And I'll tell you what, it's a tough bet against it. Every chance of that happening.
Philippines.
2-0. Still early days, but Irsal needs to get going here. Alright, let's take a look at how the ref puts this rack together. Maybe we can we get a better angle? Here we go. Alright, so he's putting the one ball on. Okay. Yeah, see, I wouldn't advise doing that either. He's slotting the balls. Yeah, he's rolling them in. I would advise to put the one first, then secure the template by putting the bottom ball, even if it's just temporarily, just so that the rack cannot rotate or move while you are rolling balls on it. And Yeah, I'm not gonna expect a perfect rack here, somehow.
Rack 3.
If we see
Philippine to
movement on the 9 ball upon first contact, then you know the rack is not perfect. Once again, the 9's moving. It didn't affect him there, he still made the 1 ball. But I think we are in for a bit of a lottery with the rack. Sorry to disappoint you, my name is not Gorst. We do come from regions not too far away. I am from Ukraine. Obviously Gorst is originally from Russia. But I think both of us have one thing in common. Living abroad for a long time. Maybe that's why the accents are similar. Federgors did not play this tournament. We did have a lot of big names though here. We had Carlo Biado as the top seed. Johan Chua was here. Dennis Orcolio, Jeff De Luna. I can say the Filipinos certainly came out in force with their A team. But it is in fact Sean-Marc Mallayan who has made it this far. He's a very quiet guy. Seems very humble to me. And certainly his demeanor is helping him at the table. And that was a really, really smart shot. Beautiful shot. He could have played it 1 rail, but he chose to play 2, flicking the 2 ball, using the 7-9 as a blocker. A very nice shot. Yeah, Earsal's looking to kick up table. He could kick down table, but I think the odds of leaving it safe are much lower. Although the 7 is there, if he could hit it pretty firm. But either way, he's gonna rely on a bit of luck here. Well, if luck is what he needed, that was an absolute smashing shot. Real good. I'm not sure if he can see the 3 though. I think he can. Another tough shot here. 3-8 combo. Yeah, we can see it here. He's got a line. It's not that difficult. It's a natural angle. Just needs to bear down here. I expect him to make it. didn't cut the ball enough. And he didn't really hold the cue ball. I guess he was better served playing it with a touch of left spin. He played it plain ball, and even if he made it, it would have been tricky. Nice little drag shot by Mark. And looks good. He's gonna have to thread the needle here. The natural path of the cue ball is going between the 7 and 9, somewhere towards the 6. So he should try to avoid them all right through the gap. And he's done just that. Beautiful shot. A little bit straight, but I think he's gonna be fine. He's drawing this out with a lot of spin. Yeah, he got a lot of action on that. Really nice. A little flat on this 8 ball. Let's see whether he punches it or plays a draw. I think he's gonna stun it. Yeah, when you're reaching into a ball like that, especially for his stature, he's not the tallest gentleman. He's gonna prefer the stun shot over a draw. If you're reaching into the ball, it's a little harder to get the draw.
Break 3, Philippines.
We're playing on the Rasson table. This is the Rasson Victory. A very nice looking table, that's for sure. And it's a very nice sounding table as well. I must admit, playing on these Rassons gives you a new perspective on how much satisfaction you can get out of making balls. Sometimes you get this really nice ping when you hit a ball dead into the pocket, and it does boost your confidence. You get a little bit of a dopamine rush. Definitely one of the features I really like about the Rasson tables. If you were to compare it to a diamond, for example, plays a lot quieter. Okay, we're gonna have a little timeout.
Break 4. Philippines to break.
All right, a quick timeout, and now we are back. Rack number 4. A healthy 3-0 lead for Mark Mallayan. It seems like this match has the same tempo as our first semi-final, with one player making a couple of mistakes, with the other getting an early start. However, the break factor, I feel, is gonna be a little bit bigger in this match. The 9 has moved again, so we're gonna see a lot of dry breaks, I think. I wonder what's the remedy if you're seeing the 9 ball move a little bit. You can see the 1 ball went long above the side pocket, which means that Sean Mark needs to adjust his break a little bit. Maybe cut the ball slightly thinner. Okay. A good chance to look at Irsal. A tricky little 2 ball, but a nice angle. Go under the 3. He bumped the 3, okay. Yeah, that's gonna cost him. This is tricky now. He's got the combo, but it is missable. It doesn't lay too bad if you play it kind of rolling ball. You've got a pretty big margin. You could make it even rail first.
Extension call.
So there are quite a lot of options here. In fact, I kind of like making it rail first because the 3 ball will stay right over the pocket. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's done. He went for rail first, but he's kind of caught it right in the middle. He went right in between. Weird. It's a frozen ball, so Sean Mark can't just feather it, which is usually the reply in this kind of situation. You just want to dead weight and feather the 3 and leave him on top of it. He can't do that now unless he catches that part of the 3. So, a little tricky spot here. The ref is gonna be watching him closely. Let's see if the cue ball. Yeah, he knew that was gonna be always tough, and that was, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much a hit and hope shot. He got pretty lucky, if you ask me. This is not easy. Can he cut this ball in? Go around the table? I think he can.
3, 2.
I think he can. He needs a bit of luck. Yeah, it's not bad. He's got a chance to make this into the corner. He could play safe as well. Couple of options here. The safety
10 seconds.
should be elementary, but it's gonna be an easy jump.
4, 3.
Oh, he's gone for the other way. Okay. Interesting. Still a jump.
Second.
What a shot. Yeah, he jumps very good for a pretty short player. He jumps really good. I do believe being tall is an advantage when it comes to jumping. That's why you see the likes of Fedor Gorst and someone like Dong, one of the top Vietnamese players. They can really get a lot of leverage when they jump. They've got big, long fingers too. That helps.
10 seconds.
Irsal here is playing a lot of right spin. Yeah, he's trying to lay him up on the 9. There could be a window here. I think there is a window. He could go rail first. Yeah, it's just not working out for Irsal at the moment. He just can't get started. Everything looks funny.
10 seconds.
Happens so often in this game, where you just can't get going, and whenever you make a ball, you're out of line. You play safe. You just have to be patient. He's stretching hard here. Not a problem.
Philippines.
4-0. A big lead now. We had a lot of strong Indonesian players in this tournament. The likes of Andri Yanuarta, Poncho, a few other big names. They've gone quite deep in this tournament, with a few of them all the way through to quarters. But Irsal is the only Indonesian left standing so far. And at the moment, he looks under threat of being eliminated in the semis. Nice break by Sean Mark. He's got a bank available to him. I do believe he will go for it. only because it's so natural, and the 3 ball is right there. Now this is the kind of bank that you really want to take into consideration, the cue ball, because that will determine what kind of spin you're going to use to make the bank. But I do think in this case just a simple stop ball should get the job done. Ooh, well, he thought so too, but he made it short. He hit the point of the pocket. A chance here, a difficult chance, but still we're gonna see some cue power on display here. Let's see whether Irsal can deliver a good stroke.
Second.
Very nice. It's all open now. Another good shot. He's down 4-0, but looking at his body language, I think he looks still very much focused. But he badly needs this rack.
Second.
He needs a good line. He didn't get it on the 6. I think he played for a lower angle because the 6, I believe, does go into the bottom left corner. But as it stands now, he's gonna have to draw this and get somehow under the 6. This is tricky.
Second.
He hasn't gone far enough. Yeah, funny things are happening. Can he still make it in the corner? I'm not so sure. Maybe there is no lane. He can cut it in the side.
Second.
A tricky shot,
Call.
but he can get position. There is a safety too. But I just have this suspicion, if you're tasked with a tough safety or a tough shot, I'll be going for the shot. Is he trying to double this? Or is he feathering behind the 8? Let's see.
Second.
Yeah, he's gone behind the 8. Yeah, it's not bad. But you just don't want to bring Mark Mallayan in with these safety battles. I tell you, I've been watching him play the last few days. I've been watching him playing a lot of money games.
Call.
He was locking horns with Dennis Orcolio, who is, as you guys probably know, widely regarded as one of the best money players for the last 10 years. And in both instances, his safety game, his fortune too, but his safety game is what got him across the line against Dennis Orcolio in those challenge matches. He just kept grinding him out. Well, this is a tough shot. Yeah, very tough shot. He wasn't even close in terms of threatening the pocket. He had to put a lot of juice on the cue ball just to get it back towards the 7. Makes the shot way tougher.
Second.
I think he's gonna double the 6 up and down. Yeah, that's what he tried at least. But he's failed. Now that is a big mistake. A first for Mark Mallayan in this match. Surely now, Irsal has to take advantage. Tricky little drag shot coming up. Stay down, drag the ball.
10 second. Five.
Oh boy. No, he didn't drag it. I'm so surprised he played it with a plain rolling ball. I don't know. I mean, hard to question his decision making, but to me that looked like a drag shot. It just gives you a bit more margin. He chose to play it plain ball, and that cost him. Almost halfway there, Sean Mark. I have to admit, it's not really because of his very stellar play, even though he's been solid. I think Irsal has been giving him gifts almost every rack. He's gonna need a big turnaround to try and make an impact in this second semi-final. Yeah, very nice break from Sean Mark. If he can do a nice stun shot here to get the cue ball to mid-table, I think he has the line to do so, just about. It's gonna be another chance for him to move up even further. He could also play a little smooth draw shot, which I actually kind of like. Just draw the cue ball straight down under the 5. Only problem is he is stretching a little bit and it is a bit awkward. So when you are stretched out, you're probably better off with a stun shot. I guess he thought the same thing. A good angle over here, 2-rail position, a touch of left. The cue ball will track near the side pocket and it will widen out because of the slide, which should bring him straight towards the 4.
Second.
The only thing is, don't overhit it. I'm very surprised he played it that firm. He could have played it a lot softer and landed on a nice line on the 4. This is tricky now.
Extension call.
You might not see him run this rack here. He's gonna have to play a very tough 5-ball. Yeah, this is the shot. I don't know why, but I'm getting this feeling like Sean Mark might give a rack back
10
here
seconds.
if he doesn't make this shot. This is awkward. Let's see if his killer instinct. Let's see if his killer instinct comes in. And the answer is yes. What a shot. Yeah, he's such a good player, refocusing himself when he gets out of line. Doesn't get too flustered, takes the longer shot, gives it his best. He's a great shot maker, no doubt about it. Uh-oh. He's lost the cue ball. Yeah, he could cut it in the corner. He could cut it in the side. He's looking at the corner. He's made it. A fist bump there. You rarely see that from Sean Mark.
6.
He knows that was a big shot. Even though he's leading 5-0, he knows giving that rack away could start a comeback. If you keep your opponent at 0, that pressure of winning the first rack is never going away.
Philippine 3.
Another good break. He's got a shot. Or does he? He might not have a shot, really. Well, he's got a good safety. Yeah, he's looking at using the 3 ball as a blocker. He could thin the 2 and run the white ball up table using the 8 and 9, but it is a little bit risky. If he uses the 3, he can lay a much more deadly snooker. Only concern here is knocking the 3 or double kissing the cue ball. So he might go for option B, running the cue ball up table. Oh, he's gone behind the 6. Really nice shot. Very nice. He's left a window, but it's far from easy. He's really keeping the screws on Irsal.
Second. Extension call.
A good shot, given the circumstances. He should be happy with that. Might see another bank on the 2 straight down. Okay, well, that didn't work out as he planned. As he left a thin cut into the side pocket? I'm not so sure. It looks very thin from here. Might be playable though. Yeah, it wasn't on. He's playing safe. He's left a window. It's a tough shot though. Very tough shot, especially queuing over the 5. I mean, if he makes this, that's really gonna hurt Irsal. Yeah. It was a big ask. Good shot. This is it. He's gonna have to take advantage of this, surely. He's let a couple racks slip away. Hold on a second. What's he done here? He had so much space to lay the cue ball anywhere, really. He ended up at the most awkward angle. He has to make this in the top left now corner. Good shot, but where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball? Oh boy. Yeah, this is one of those matches for Earsal where he just can't get going. I don't think he's played on the TV table in this tournament yet, actually.
10 seconds.
I might be wrong, but... oh boy. Well, it's getting from bad to worse.
Foul.
The wheels are falling off. This is becoming painful.
Ball in hand.
And Sean Mark is gonna say, thank you very much.
Break 7. Philippines.
Gotta feel it for Earsal, honestly. He's not been at his best this match. Far from it. We know he's a very capable player.
8.
He's gone this far, beating many top names on the way, but right now it's just one of those days. And look at that, all of a sudden the breaks are starting to happen for Sean Mark. Pool is a brutal game. It really is. All right, well, can Sean Mark maintain his composure though? A lot of the times you'll see when you're leading so far, you suddenly feel like, well, my opponent can't really play today or whatever, and you start taking things for granted. And all of a sudden, you start making silly errors. And I'm very surprised he did not try to make the 2 on that shot. He went for the carom. And as you can see, I think he doesn't have a shot. Or does he?
10 seconds.
But Sean Mark is not going to let a positional error affect him. He's left him an edge, but... Or maybe not. He's going for a two-rail escape,
Extension
trying
ball.
to stick the cue ball. This will take a good hit, considering he's jacked up over the 4 ball. This ball tends to get away from you. The topspin won't retain as much because of the hop. He's done pretty well. Very good shot from Sean Mark.
Stick. Ten second. Extension call.
Needs to be steady on this shot. He's not gonna play it with a lot of power. Needs to be steady. Oh, here we go. Well, guess what? The first sign that he is human. This could be big. First big mistake from Sean Mark.
10 second.
Played a nice shot there. One rail for the 9. Straight down. Nicely played. Here we go, he's on the board finally.
Right 8. Indonesia.
I think we're gonna have a... Well, if I was Israel, I would take a timeout, but I guess we are continuing on. I'd be taking a big timeout. Let your opponent feel that mistake.
Break 9. Indonesia to break.
And that was a very, very good break. Probably the best of the match. And all of a sudden, Irsal might have a spring in his step. Good shot. A little bit straight on the 4, but he can pinch the pocket, kill the cue ball. Perfect line under the 7. Nothing much to do here apart from getting on the 7. So he needs to have a good angle on the 6. I'd try to lay it left side of the table, then go out of the corner, traveling
10
downwards.
seconds. Extension call.
If he lands too straight, he's gonna be forced to play for the side pocket. So this is the key shot here. It's not bad. He can draw this ball. Just missed the side pocket. It should land pretty good.
Second.
Oh, he's not hit it good at all. Does he get lucky though? Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder there. He didn't have to hit it that hard. He needed a smooth kind of draw. He's still struggling a little bit with his cue ball. Tricky little shot here. Needs to make it.
10 seconds.
Missed it. Landed safe. Yeah, he had to run out there, given the results on the break.
Second. Extension call.
Safety behind the 8. Delicate one. It looks good. He's gonna have to jump, I think. Or does he have a lane? I'm not so sure from this angle. He might be able to make it. Yeah, he's jumping. He's made it. What a shot. Hold on a second. Where's the cue ball? Where's the cue ball? Perfect. Wow. He desperately needed that shot.
Break 9. Indonesia. Break 10. Indonesia to break.
That was as close to a golden break as you can get without making any walls, though. I'll be curious to see what Sean Mark does here. Whether he's feeling aggressive or whether he's looking to play more defense. Knowing him, I think he's gonna thin the one towards the side rail and bringing the cue ball behind the 2. He could also try to bank, which is what he's looking at. He might even be trying the 9 here. This could be a highlight reel shot. He's going for it. Look at this. If it catches the rail, it's gonna make it. What a shot. What a shot. Beautiful shot.
Break 11. Philippines.
That was certainly a highlight reel shot. See if we can get it out on replay. I'd like to see that. It had just enough spin. I think if it didn't catch a rail, it would have not been able to make it, but that extra tap on the rail accelerated the cue ball a little bit, as it still had a touch of spin on it. What a great shot that was.
Break 11.
Yeah, not his best effort on the break there, Sean Mark. He cut the ball a little bit too thin, lost the cue ball. We're gonna see a push out most likely.
Push out.
I often see Sean Mark pushing out to a shot, but a very difficult one. A bit like this. I've seen him do it numerous times in his matches, where he would push out to a Hail Mary kind of shot, especially when in the lead, and a lot of the time his opponents are going for it and leaving him an easy run. And I think this instance is gonna be no different. This is a difficult shot. Unless you hit it like this. What a shot that was. Hirsal fires back. Big gamble on that shot. Missing it would have meant certain sellout. The 4 is still tricky.
10 seconds.
He's gonna need to slide the cue ball in between the 4 and 5. I do think he has the angle for a stun shot. Uh-oh, he's overcooked it. He got a bit fortunate that he actually still can play this ball here. He drew it a bit too much. He can still try to go for this. But once again, yeah, he's playing safe behind the 6.
10 seconds. Extension call.
It's called his extension. He really doesn't want to let Mallayan back to the table. Yeah. It's tough. Safety behind the 6 it is. He didn't get there.
Second. Extension call.
Yeah, nice containment there from Sean Mark.
Second.
Let's have a look here. We might see an attempted bank, a jump bank with an element of safety.
10
He
seconds.
might be trying to move the cue ball behind the 6. Well, it certainly hasn't worked out. Yursal with a chance now. A little awkward shot here. He doesn't have much angle. He's gonna have to pound this ball to try and get around for the 7.
Second.
And pound it he did. Nicely done. Is it lagging?